And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the garden stream. And we're now in the garden. It's been a while since we started the garden live, kind of around this time, or it's a little bit later. I mean, a little bit earlier, however you want to depict it. So, yeah, we have these pumpkins. We have a couple different things. And yeah, while we look at the garden, we basically have some interesting things going on. So, there are ticks that are apparently being dropped by big helicopters, apparently, and these big boxes are being dropped on lots of people where they have ticks in them. So there's this tick problem going on where not of the widespread that I'm aware of, but these ticks are definitely causing a problem where people can't eat red meat. So the conspiracy theory is that they are starting this thing to cause people problems with the red meat situation for them to stop eating the meat so they won't be able to, have that anymore. So they could sell them the fake meat instead. So that is a theory about what's going on with that. Okay, now going through trees. Hey, so this is the swamp grass in this type of region. Now at night there seems to be quite a bit of bugs that are quite interesting, but freaky at the same time. Hello, Cram. It's good to see you. Yeah, these dragonflies try to go and take over the stream by flying in my face. That definitely causes the issues with that. Yeah, so there's issues with ticks going on. That ticks in these boxes are being dumped from the sky, and the point would be hypothetically to spread the tick virus, so people wouldn't eat red meat anymore. So that one I think is very suspicious. And by the way, I do think aliens are real. Who would say they're not real? It's fine, but I do think those are real. So yeah, that's some swamp grass, and that is a palm tree. Hello there, transplant. We are going through the spooky woods of my garden, and we are looking for knowledge. Not looking for anything specific, but knowledge. So, yeah, we are talking about a variety of different topics, and while we get these bugs and things flying at us, like we have this dragonfly right here that has joined the stream, it seems. They're attracted to the light that I have. That's really the reason there. So, conspiracy theory about the ticks is that they're spreading the tick virus intentionally to stop red meat from being eaten, and to promote their fake meat that they're trying to sell people. That's what they're doing. Yeah, and here we have this part of the garden where we have some nighttime flowers that are blooming here. And you see with a lot of people I don't think are ready where they're not really paying attention to what's going on. Because even a conspiracy theory, hello Falcon, welcome to the stream. Even if something wasn't completely true, it still doesn't mean that it's not real, because there's all these videos coming out and people are starting to see these things where farms are covered with ticks or tick boxes or some animals are. So that is something that is going on in general. Okay. And Transplant said, but you can still eat poultry. Most people would just stick to chicken and turkey. I've had different people I know contract the virus, ate poultry. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought it was all red meat. So thank you for clarifying about that. But yeah, that is the theory about the virus they're trying to spread through the ticks, and many people are concerned about them and seeing large amounts of tick sightings. Red meat is beef and pork. Okay, okay. Thank you. So it doesn't mean people cannot eat other types of meat. It's just certain types of meat can't be eaten. Okay, that's a good reminder to have, because it does. Although I do know about farming animals and stuff, I didn't. Or lamb is red meat. Okay. Yeah, I was kind of thinking about it, but not, I guess, realizing that the other types of meat can be eaten. Okay, thanks. Yeah, so if they are really trying to cause a mass infection with the ticks, who are, is it people from the conspiracy theories of the elites, the establishments? Is it them? Is it possible it could be others too? Regarding the, is it like, what I'm saying is, it could be people doing it that are not good, that are just independent of these organizations. Could it be the organizations themselves trying to promote it, to promote a vaccine or whatever? That is something that I would wonder if it, it could just be a hoax, but if it is true, those are the two options it might be. Ah, okay, understood. You would lose steak, but you would eat chicken anyway. Okay, understood. Oh, okay. Hilarious. Probably Israel, yeah. And you're half joking. Yeah, yeah. And these days, with a lot of stuff going on, we never really um, know who is doing what or who's on our side and who isn't. Yeah. So yeah, a very good discussion. A very good discussion. And okay, because like we were talking earlier about Kellogg, the scientist that the Kellogg cereal is based off of. Okay, Falcon says that I used to love meat, but since being a vegetarian, quit a while, and I thought of eating meat was repulsive. Well, okay, thank you, Falcon, for your take on that. Or you thought the idea of eating meat was repulsive. Okay, when you became vegetarian. Yeah, and you know the yeah. So the other thing is about the alien files, and a lot of people believe that we need to get into the meat and potatoes about the aliens, where they need to show some more, things about the aliens that they're not really showing about. For instance, like they're so the files do show some information that wasn't revealed before, but people want to see, even more explicit stuff about aliens that they're not really telling us about. So Russia and Japan are doing disclosures, but not really the United States as much. So we do want to see the technology being released. Yeah. Transplant said I stuck to a vegan diet when I ran cross country in high school. I could easily go back to honestly just stick to whole foods and natural sources like protein and B12. Yeah, people that want to do that type of diet, that's what they would do. Right. I think. Oh, let's see. He's saying Lewis. I think Lewis is interesting. That there's lots of interesting things about the UFOs and his alien experience that I think people should go and try to look at. Yeah, it's intriguing stuff that he talks about. Indeed, and I think more people that are I call whistleblowers, even if they weren't part of the government, need to go out and talk about their experiences that they had. I like Bob. I'm more familiar with Bob. I think his take on the alien stuff is very good. Some people don't completely trust him, but I like what he has to say about it. There's lots of commentators about the aliens. You know, like I like Stephen Greer. I like the different people that we have. You know, exposing these types of things with UFOs. So yeah, I'm more familiar with Bob. I like him. Yeah, yeah, because it's like I don't know if everyone is going to get the alien theories 100% right, but it's good to see the different transparency about about it, about the what they are, what they could be. Because I just think with people that had UFO encounters, they shouldn't be completely discredited. Because what if they're experiencing something that we just can't explain at the moment, but it's something there to talk about? Because like if somebody was in the middle of the woods and they get like some zapped by an alien species, and then they're brought back to Earth, it would be, oh hey Duke, it's great to see you at this hour. Welcome. So that is my thoughts precisely about that. That people should not just be seen as crazy or be completely discredited about what they were, the aliens that they encountered. And so I was just like, maybe it is real. And then everyone started talking about it more and more. And here we are. Art Bell. I've heard of Art Bell. Yeah, like it was probably before, but I am familiar with that. What that is? Yes. Like the type of works I would be familiar with. It was around the time period that I was getting into UFOs, more of earlier 2000s. So I did see, I was influenced by some of it. But yeah, I think it's quite interesting. Yeah, so yeah, I was young for it, but I was around the time where I was influenced by some of the ideas about it, but not like early enough for when it was like brand new, if that makes any sense. Yeah. So yeah, I was influenced by it, but I'm not as familiar with Art Bell, but I know about Art Bell. Oh yeah, the Skinwalkers. Oh, thank you, Transplant. Thank you. And oh, that's good, Duke. Excellent. Yeah, Skinwalkers. I do think cryptids are certainly out there, and they are real. And Skinwalkers, which people on the show have talked about before about their Skinwalker encounters. Some people have seen them, like, hello, Brad. Some people have seen the Skinwalkers. They come as forms of deer. They come as the form of, oh, hello there, Aldecaro. And it's not really a deer, though. It's like a person that's into witchcraft, usually from the Navajo people. And they're appearing as something that they really aren't. And it's like fake. We had some people that on here that allegedly have encountered the Skinwalkers before. Yeah, you've had an encounter with them. You were one of the people that brought it up on here before. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing your story. You can share it again if you like, but yeah, thanks for sharing it with us. And let's see. Oh, real. I can tell you about 3 to 4 Skinwalker encounters. I told a Skinwalker he used 3 or 4 cans of darkest spray, and he would steal wallets. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. But basically, yeah, it's a person with witchcraft that can appear, disguise themselves as a entity. Yeah, go for it, Hog. Yeah, go for it. They can disguise themselves as an entity, like a deer or something, but or some kind of animal or animaloid type creature. But they actually aren't really what they say they are, and it doesn't sound right. Doesn't sound realistic, and it just causes people to be disturbed. And is a magic on them, and they can cause harm to others. So that is the Skinwalker. I think it is quite scared. Scared. People definitely need to be watching out for those. And the Wendigo is a type of. Oh, thank you for the nice stono. Hello from Nikolai, Alaska, my friend. Also, other friends. Thank you for the nice stono. I appreciate it very much. Shout out to Alaska. There's quite a bit of fans up there, and always glad to see them. Oh, hello, Chevy. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, so that is the kind of summarize of Skinwalkers. Now, Alaska. Speaking of Alaska, I need advice after. Okay. The thing about the other factors besides the skinwalker is cryptids in general. So, say you have animals that people are not completely familiar with that exist in the world, right? You could have these types of entities. Thank you, Beaver. Thank you. And like gorillas were known as cryptids. You had the platypus. There was a couple of different animals that they thought were cryptids, but they're actually real. So we could have had like for instance, mermaids probably either exist or existed. Same thing with unicorns. There's something out there besides the animals that we're familiar with that haven't all been discovered. So when something doesn't make any sense, I don't completely dismiss it as something that's fake all the time, although there are fake things out there that aren't really real. But there are entities out there in the world, like creatures that just are not 100% like what we would be, knowing that exists, but they're known as like a mythology. Yeah, dogmen, werewolves are ones, correct? Hey, Chris, we are talking about the ticks that are appearing of some supernatural cryptids and skinwalkers and stuff. Just kind of all over the place. But and that's to give you an idea what we're talking about. Some conspiracy theories and some supernatural stuff. But if we could talk about all kinds of things, so it's all good. All right. So for those that have not known, the interdimensional Bigfoot theory is this thing where interdimensionally, there's something called a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch that the indigenous people or the indigenous Native Americans were talking about this helper in the woods. There's like this ape-looking thing. So the theory is a couple of things. So the interdimensional hypothesis of this entity is that it was able to be from another dimension instead of from the woods, right? You might go, what about the woods? So it was able to be in the woods, and then it just disappears like magic. So that the Bigfoot itself is from another dimension. It's not from our realm. So it not being from our realm is a reason for its disappearance all of a sudden. Because people could take a video of it or a picture of it, or there's alleged sightings of them, and people say, "Oh, well, it was there and it disappeared just oddly." So that they're an interdimensional being from another universe or another reality. It could be from a variety of different things. Now, it will lead you to what is it exactly? It could be an entity from this earth, and it just has different types of things about this earth we're not familiar with. And this personification of the Bigfoot is a helper of some kind, or it's from another reality or a universe, or it's some sort of angelic helper, or it's something not angelic and something not good, or just, for instance, there's a theory that UFOs are some sort of cryptid or an animal that exists in the sky, like a bird, or so maybe there's some sort of other parts of this earth that we're not familiar with that they're able to cross over from some other realm, or it's from another universe, or there's something not good. Yeah. So the Bigfoot is known to be a very protective being and in the woods, and that's why people have problems with the Bigfoot, because it can go and attack people, but it's trying to protect the wilderness. So there's people that have had Bigfoot sightings, and I know I could get a suit right now and dress up as a Bigfoot, and there'd be a Bigfoot sighting, right? So I'm not denying there's hoaxes out there, but the reality about the Bigfoot thing is that it is most likely from another dimension because the way it's able to cross from this realm from the other realm, right? Okay. So that's the interdimensional hypothesis of the Bigfoot. All right, and hello, Riz. The Skinwalker and alien stories are mostly from the America. Have you noticed also the rest of the world isn't reporting this as much sightings? You believe it's mostly made up? Riz, it's a very good question. All right, very good question. Now, every culture has their own thing they call these entities. I mean, in the Arabian or Middle East, they call them jinn, the like genies. You know, Europe they call them ghosts and spirits and stuff. So there's always witchcraft throughout the world, and you have these people that can appear as different forms. I mean, there's a Twilight Zone episode about an American story about like a colonial settlement, and this woman wants to be with this guy, and she turns herself into something by a witch, and that's basically what it is. So if you ever hear about shape shifting entities that people turn themselves into, that's the same thing as a skinwalker, but the Navajo people is the skinwalkers from them, but technically anything that can shapeshift is technically a skinwalker. And hello, Nana, great to see you, and glad to have you with us. So alien sightings are all over the world. Japan and Russia are releasing the information all over everywhere are talking about it. They're all over the world. The Romans, the ancient Romans, saw chariots of fire. The Bible talks about chariots of fire in the sky from angelic beings. So no, it's not made up. And there's the then Demas, I think it's called, where there's these Indian epics of these gods that came from underwater with flying fortresses, and they had dark gray skin. So no, I think these things always were here, especially in Antarctica. So yeah, I'd say that with Antarctica, it is very and these aliens are true. It's just different cultures call them different things. In America, even if it was just in America alone, it doesn't mean it's made up. You know, if you and I see a flying saucer, and it's real, it's real. You know, if we see if we go over here in these woods right here, and we see some elongated, walking, skinny thing with a deer head that's talking to us in our own voices, then it doesn't really matter. You know, something is there. So yeah, that's explanation about what it is. Cultures call them different things, and they're all over the world. But even if it was isolated in America, it doesn't mean it's fake necessarily. But there are hoaxes out there, and there are made up things out there. At the same time, though, and we have to be aware of those types of things too. Tell people to start looking for possible to get a telescope. Yeah, telescope's a good idea. Oh yeah, there's Zeta Reticuli. I think the Ebians are better than the Greys, in my opinion. Thank you, mods. I appreciate it. They would just tell us the truth and get it done with. Yeah, yeah, they need to get it done with as soon as possible, but they don't really seem to be transparent about anything, really. Let me put it this way: the physical laws of another real don't apply to ours. That's why we have to figure out how to reverse engineer the mechanics. And there's another Earth overlapping our Earth, and the configurations opening gaps between the creatures from another reality, especially with CERN. Once thought of 65 million years until rediscovered in 1938, the Cole Calanth. Oh, interesting. All right, necessarily watch videos about person speaking on dimension, overlapping dimension, pretty much crazy stuff happening coming from another place. Okay. It's science, it's not magic. And let's see. I was told sooner. I mean, they told us we were up against, I mean, we're going to get invaded. At least we can be prepared and get ready to fight back. Absolutely. And the only way I see the government telling us the truth is this topic's out of the hands and be able to witness UFOs, a playing field, and going too late. Yeah, there's a theory about that. Oh, hey, fish. Shout out to our scholastic space fish. We're glad to have him on board with us. Yeah, so that is what I agree with chat, and they have, but we don't want to wear up against star weapons from Star Wars, and because one thing that's freaky about aliens is that our technology is far not as superior as theirs. Just because they have superior technology doesn't mean that we couldn't win, though, necessarily, because there's all kinds of other paths to victory, of course. Like War of the Worlds is a scenario I would be very concerned about happening. That movie freaked me out when I was little, but it's still one of my favorite alien movies, of course, because it did what it did. Yeah, and that's a June bug right there. Yes, I agree. We still are developing species on the Earth. Well, glad you've been swimming the galactic waves. Glad that you came here. By the way, those are some elderberry trees, and they're growing beautifully. They're growing some nice berries. So are those. It's very nice to see. All right, and I heard a story about the aliens having control of AI base on Earth, like Alaska under the ocean, and we get annihilated. Yeah, I mean, that is a possibility. Also, yeah, I've heard that the aliens have AI, or they have a technology that could do time travel. And when they're able to do time travel, they can. Oh, look who it is. It's Claude. When the aliens do time travel, they were able to stop our realm from becoming like theirs. Yeah. Hello, Ziggy. Okay. And yeah, Falcon, go for it. Go for it. Aliens is so advanced that they visit the Earth a long time ago, and there's still instances that they come back. Always knew that aliens already have data about humans way back. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, Falcon. I like the old black and white movies and films and TV shows. Those are very good. I think those like I like the House on Haunted Hill, A Twilight Zone. All those are very good. It creates a ambient atmosphere that just can't be replaced with color. And it's something that I think people should certainly look at. Okay, so he's on the prowl. He's going to be going at something. Let's see. Yeah, Claude is hunting. He is guarding the garden at night and hunting. Yeah, so there's black and white sci-fi movies about aliens that I think are very good. Chris says AI is at nothing against their technology. Probably already are in the quantum tech, plasma, and anti gravity machines, portals, and we have even touched the portals and telepaths. Yeah. Earth likely is marble and vast universe is infinite of it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, I bet the military has some highly advanced weapons that we found on alien ships and underground, and these bases were found and just we don't know what they are yet. I mean, there's technology they're making right now that won't be released in 30 years, Like technology we have now was from decades ago. We're always decades behind. There's a delay. Absolutely. You were 30s and War of the Worlds came out. Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, I remember I was in a movie theater and I'd see this big thing walking. I was like, "Whoa, scared." Yeah, but the old black and white movies are good, and especially the old sci-fi ones. It's quite, ambient, mysterious. Every planet has limited resources, so Earth may lose its own. Imagine there about stones that have example diamonds, ruby, and will have this trees that can be infinite. And Joseph says, or Josh says, I hope they give us one of these new technologies so we can fight back. Well, if they have the technology, they'll certainly fight back against them. But then again, we the people need to be able to defend ourselves too. Okay, and he's going off on the prowl somewhere in another dimension. Original War of the Worlds came out in '53. Yes, I remember. I saw both. I saw the '05 version, and uh, I saw the version from '53. I saw both. Okay, Ziggy. Thank you for your take on that. But I definitely believe aliens exist in the oceans. They're not just on Earth, like from another planet or from another dimension. They're from Earth, underwater too. Josh says, "I know. Just hope that they give us some new technology to fight back and saying new weapons." I agree with you, Josh. I hope they do too. All right, aliens has been planet duster, ultimate weapon that can destroy a planet's core. If aliens let me have a gadget that I can travel space, I'll like it and swim along the Milky Way. Oh yeah, you'll swim along the Milky Way, and you wouldn't have to be here. Yeah, that would be a good idea. All right, and Hog says they said you will have nothing and you'll be happy. Oh, I know. That's what the elites said, and the NWO that we'll all live in a pod, eat bugs, and be happy. They are a bunch of smart arses. That's what they are. You know, they're gonna have nothing and be happy. Fish says, imagine the possibilities of the new scenery outside Earth. I always dream of the sea surroundings other planets. Oh, I know. It would be so cool to see that, you know, and the different bioluminescent entities and bioluminescence that they would have. Oh, that would be awesome. It'd be very cool. And yeah, I mean, just to see that would just be like a dream world. What I'm doing right now is I'm walking around my vast garden. It's kind of like a forest, but it's a garden technically. And we're talking about some conspiracy theories and UFOs and stuff. All right. So I know I'll be happy when I have some weapons, aliens I can fight back. Imagine having like a Star Wars blaster or some sort of lightsaber. Those would be awesome to have. 'Cause I believe that they're able to control weather and stuff with it. Yes, Owen Schroyer. I know who he is. Okay, I used to watch him, but he's not on the YouTubes anymore, so I don't watch him anymore. But I would watch him. I would watch him if he was. I mean, I know he's over on probably the Infowars stuff, but I've not really. I just been focused on YouTube stuff. But no, I watch him all the time. Yeah, I know about him. Yeah. Good night, Falcon. Thank you for coming. I didn't know he got fired from there. Thank you for updating me. Uh, I'll check. I follow. I think I follow him already, but I'll go look at his stuff. Do you know why he got fired? I don't know what the reason was. And thank you for updating me. What's crazy if aliens come here? They might not even come to USA. They might come somewhere Africa. Who knows? Actually, aliens coincidentally went to Africa to a school kids, and everyone got scared. And to this day, the kids say they saw the alien entities come out. So there are definitely those things. Yeah. Oh, they got. Oh, yeah, they got bought. Well, I guess the lawsuit Alex was in caused him to sell it. So yeah, makes sense to me why Onion bought it, but okay. That's where they fired Owen. Okay, I got you. Scared. And people don't trust the robots because, like, the Terminator was a warning about what robots can do. Because the robots getting their own type of consciousness, including the AI, could lead to destruction of humans. Definitely. So it is quite a situation to be concerned about. But it's still in progress, and for the sake of scientific advancements, it'd be interesting to see how they go throughout time. All right, so Hogg said, oh no, Owen was fired for his opinion of the Jews. Onion just bought InfoWars recently. Owen was fired a while ago. Oh, okay. I see. Thank you for filling me in on that. And uh, I guess they fired him for that. And then they, were bought out by Onion. Okay. I see. I see. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I had no idea about any of this stuff. I've been living under a rock. So I remember on YouTube, they used to have their channel. Now, he was taken off YouTube a long time ago, you know, and he was a very good reporter. And, we don't have to agree with what everybody says, but, you know, I think he was a very good reporter for InfoWars, and he was very zealous. He was very zealous. And Josh says, well, one thing I do know is everything here, right on Earth, we need to build or learn how to travel through portals or wormholes, just like they can time travel something like that. Yeah, I agree. With antimatter, and anti gravity would be able to achieve that, Josh. And that's a theory why the scientists went missing, because maybe they either are working on something with that or that they're being censored for what they know. Now there's a guy on InfoWars who dresses up as Alex Jones and does satirical show with crazy conspiracy theories. Owens was the biggest reporter InfoWars ever had. Dude is a legend. Oh, I agree. He certainly was a legend. He was known for a lot on the platform on that show. He went out and he did a lot of news reporting. As I remember, I used to see it. I used to see it often. So yeah. So I guess now he's more independent. Like Tucker Carlson was fired from Fox, and he did his own thing. So I guess they have independent platforms that can do their own thing now. The guy was retarded. Okay, Duke, thank you for your take on that. Appreciate it. I remember he would get heated. He would get in heated debates. I mean, it was actually, if anything, it was very entertaining to watch. He would go out there and activists and he'd go and debate the people. Yeah. Hey, Josh said, hope we could just learn what we need soon before they return. He said, I saw another documentary about how to make Portal and how time travel. They have figured it out. Oh, okay. Now, I learned about how to make holograms. The technology of holograms and basically projecting an image on something and causing it to blow up more. So I thought the idea of the holograms was pretty cool, and that was one that I was seeing. I think it's a good idea to have, by the way, the holograms, because holograms could be a deceitful device, but I think it could be also used for some good things as well. Yeah. It's basically a laser pointer. That is like what it is. Yeah, I'm looking for aliens in my backyard. Yeah, absolutely. And thanks, mods. And Fish says, "What will you choose? I have humans exist at life 200 years. Have humans inherently without any illnesses throughout the lifespan." You see, Fish, that's a very good question right there. Because if they're healthy throughout their entire lifespan without getting sick, they could live infinitely, hypothetically. Even if they live 200 years, I mean, if they never got sick or anything, they could live as long as the limit can be. So that's what I would go with. You see, because if you had no illnesses or sicknesses and people just didn't have like they didn't stop living forever, you could live forever that way. I see you, Duke. Yeah, you're talking about four orbs. Yeah, I've seen some orbs before. I saw this one though. I wasn't as lucky. I only saw one. Hello, Lisa. Welcome to the stream. And hello, airline. You worked on a UFO. Well, I'm sure you thought it was quite fascinating when you saw the UFO. You know, it's something unforgettable. Technology that was so advanced. At Area 51. Okay, that's really interesting. Yeah, I do believe that they're holding alien type craft in those regions. Some people in the show have relatives that were at the crash in Roswell that saw them aliens originally. So yeah, that's definitely true about the UFO science people have seen. Yeah. So yeah, I like to know everything about what's inside those crafts. Because the one from Roswell apparently had laser technology. It had laser technology, and it had technology to be able to do pretty much these infinite things, like the the aliens inside of them were covered in bulletproof type. Oh, I don't doubt they have living ones there. I believe it. And they're wearing a bulletproof type vest. Aliens are covered in. They use that for bulletproof vests later on. Hello, Rogers. Right, and land moves, and honest, those lands are the ocean ones, the surface Earth. Yeah. So those are some things that were recovered from the Roswell crash, and computers, all kinds of things were recovered from them. Josh says we could live longer if we could make our hearts, organs, and brains stay healthier longer. Would live a lot longer. Yeah. Okay. And that's what I was thinking. If you had better healthy brains and hearts and stuff, you could have people live long time. Maybe 200 years, who knows? I think maybe that's something that they have is better way to live longer. Absolutely. Well, I think that is absolutely certain. Humans will be able to live longer. Remember at my graduation, back in 2017, they had this doctor come in, and dude was talking about the prolonged life of humans. He kept going on, right? And that was kind of the concept we're talking about, where humans would be lived, 153 years, or much more of extended lifespan. Thank you, mods. I appreciate it. And Josh says maybe to get hearts changed out of medical heart and the liver, lungs, and other important stuff, arteries and veins for our blood, and stay good too. Yeah. And I think over time, as they develop more technology and come up with more things like that, they will be able to develop it and perfect it to be as best as possible. All right, let's see. Uh, Fish says the reason why humans are lesser 100 years is the air is poisonous nowadays. Food has tons of chemicals. It does. I agree. I agree with you 100% that with the foods and the dyes and stuff in it, it's causing problems to humanity to be able to live longer. That's why I think that the natural ways of living would be good for people. So that's why. Uh, Thank you, Mods. I appreciate it. That's why I think with the big pharma wants people to be reliant on their system. That's part of it. Not the only reason. I do believe besides big pharma, they want to do things as cheaply as possible to make money, which I think that making money is fine. It's good, but people make money their main priority. They're going to cut corners and they're going to do things that are silly that's going to harm regular people. So it's also important to separate the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. That, yeah, they want to do things cheaper. They want big pharma wants people to be reliant on their systems. I mean, they used to sell like cigarettes and tobacco products at gas stations. I mean, not gas stations. Gas stations sell them, but that is what it is. Like people go on a road trip and they need it or something that's different. But drugstores will sell tobacco products, and it's so like hypocritical. And that's just the whole point. It's like they want people to be reliant on their system. Now, I think CVS doesn't do it anymore. I actually had a corn cob pipe from there. I didn't smoke it. I just like had it like a pretend thing. But yeah, there's a corn cob pipes that they had, and to other types of pipes, with different types of wood. I know cherry wood is actually would be used for the making pipes and stuff out of wood. It's the most preferred wood for it. But yeah, tobacco products aren't sold at CVS anymore, but the other ones sell them. It's kind of, as I said, hypocritical in a way. But it just shows you about big pharma wanting to make money. I guess back in the old days, people used to smoke more. There was doctors that said that smoking and inhaling it deep in your lungs was good for your lungs. It's quite crazy. These people had people think, but all that was just some sick stuff that they did to people. They used to sell beer. Now gas stations I know of sell beer still, or alcohol. I don't know if they made a ruling about that or something, but yeah, they still sell. They'll sell like alcoholic products, like kind of cheap beer, and people are on the road or go walk to the gas station or 7-Eleven or something. Yeah, I mean, people are going to do that. That's okay, but the drugstores doing it was kind of ironic with the tobacco stuff. Yeah, so I think big pharma is a factor, and companies wanting to save as much money as possible. When Europe has higher standards for their people, so they're going to have less of that actually being sold. That is true, Fish. Now, tobacco technically is a pesticide. So, like, if I had these okra right here, right, I could go get a water and put some tobacco leaves in there, and I could spray these, and nothing's ever going to touch it. No bird, no nothing is ever going to touch it. So it is an insecticide. So I mean, I've grown tobacco before. Actually, it's you can't touch it with your hands. You have to wear gloves and long sleeves, and it can make you sick. So even tobacco by itself in the dry leaf form has toxins in it, but the indigenous Native Americans smoked it in peace pipes for rituals and ceremonies and stuff. But yes, I believe a natural tobacco leaf is a billion times better than the actual cigarettes and things like that. Yeah, it's much more natural, but smoking anything isn't really good for the lungs, of course. But that is what they do with the tobacco stuff. It's yeah, growing your own would be better, but it's still a pesticide. Kind of like a poisonous plant. And eventually they wanted to make it popular everywhere, and they did it like that. So I do think that big pharma has helped save many lives. We're not like some third world country somewhere where people don't have any kind of medical help. It has done good and has helped people very much, but I don't deny that there could be some strange things about it that could be suspicious. That's the reason why tobaccos are more expensive than regular cigarettes. Yeah, because if you have like say for instance the cigar, right? You got the little cigarola at a gas station, and it's like a Timu tobacco, and it's cheaply put together with some artificial chemical to make it have a flavor. Versus a Cuban cigar or some kind of cigar that was made properly, it's much more expensive because you get what you pay for. So people paid for a more higher end product. They would get something better than some cheaply made thing. And the cigarettes were made for the working man, and the cigars are made for the wealthy. Like Titanic. The people with the big drinking coffee and smoking their big cigars and having their time. Yeah. So although the elites also smoke cigarettes too, they smoke cigarettes as well, but the cigars were originally more marketed for them. So that is, you're right. Something more tobacco or natural would be something like that. Yes. It says why so many people can buy cheap cigs and they will die quicker. So if you want a better tobacco that won't kill you, it's just more money. If people have a mentality about them, you know, a short-term thinking where, yeah, hypothetically, if they got a better tobacco, or if they grew their own, I mean, with Amazon and stuff, I do not recommend doing this, by the way. But if people that were going to do that, they can get a little machine thing that creates a cigarette or something for you, and people could just grow their own, or if they got like a tobacco that was more better, they would be able to not have issues with it like they could with the cheaper ones. But both of them are going to cause them to have health problems anyway. But still, yeah, just hypothetically, people are going to think of the cheaper thing to get over the thing to do the long term thing that would be better. for their health. And that goes for anything. People will get some cheaper food over something that's good for them because of the money. Or, people can't always afford things now. Okay, people can't always afford things. I think that's different. But people that will think short term, and especially with goals. Like people would want to go get drunk somewhere, right? Or they want to go, and not do it responsibly, because people could drink responsibly, but like someone goes drinks and drives and gets in trouble, something like that. People could do that, and they're not thinking long term about what the consequences are. So yeah, it just money seems to be a thing, and the elites and the companies will use the money trick to bait people into getting certain things and marketing certain things in communities. Like I think, they'll market cigarettes or just little cigars for some communities and other things for other communities. So I think money is a main route for the consumer and for the person that's selling. Yeah, so we definitely have a broken system, and I believe that society has programmed people to be complacent for these whims of these marketing tactics that they'll use. Yeah. So speaking of that, there's something called a hookah. The Middle East and Asia, they smoke it. It's a, it's like a, looks like a vase with some hose on it, and they smoke stuff out of that. And there's also vaping. There are kinds of different ways people absorb it in different cultures and stuff. Now, the original tobacco was able to, people were able to like um, hallucinate off of it. That's what the natives did. They hallucinated on it, and they got spiritual with it. It was a different type of experience for them. Like you'll have, as I said, some cheap. There was like Kellogg's, right? And he wanted to have people uh, not do like the sexual things, and he had participated in mutilation of people, especially young people, to try to stop them from having urges. And he was a depraved individual, and his Kellogg's company owns all these cereal brands now. If it was any other type of historical or political figures, he would have been canceled from history. But he gets to have a front row seat on everybody's counter every morning. So it's quite incredible how selective history can be. Hello, Tabithia. That's definitely a thriller right there. Josh says I'm watching a documentary about Setai about getting WoW signal from 1977, and it might be the same aliens that came here already. Yeah, there are some aliens that came here around the time of last year. The Atlas thing was coming our way. And that is the thing, the AI Atlas. And with AI Atlas, it's very clear that it it may have been the thing that sent the WoW signal years and years ago, because out in the void of space there were these WoW signals that were released, that were talked about, and it's possible that those WoW signals are the same things that we're hearing now. That from this AI Atlas. If we keep looking for aliens in space, but when we find them, they might not be what we are looking for or expecting. Okay, you get what I'm saying now? Yeah, because the AI Atlas thing is most likely that thing. You know, it's most likely that thing. Uh, that said, the WoW signal. I see a duck. Hello there, Mr. Duck, Mr. Quackers. Hello there. Oh, Mork. Well, it looks like you have a watchful eye there, buddy. About that. It's cool that the swamps have the same type of thing that we have here. Pretty cool. Yeah. Around here somewhere, aliens are around here somewhere. But crikey, we will find them. And we're gonna look for Bigfoot too. I'm the alien bounty hunter. I'm an alien myself, but I help the Earthlings capture these things. Those are some elderberries. Why are you there? It is just like eating a pear. Do not test luck too much. The luck might tear. Look at that. Have a stare. There you go. He asked a smart question and he had a smart answer. I might be part reptilian. I am part reptilian. My planet is planet 10. That's the one that I come from. Oh, okay. There's Bubbles right there. He's one of the guardians of the garden. Bubbles the cat. I think it's funny though that they say they're looking for aliens in space with the satellites we have, but already have here supposedly. Yeah, so there's an alien cat right there. An alien cat right there. Yeah, so the feline alien is here with us. Here. Yeah, and he is a great alien hunter, by the way. And you see, he's going off now to go on a quest to find out where more aliens are lurking. And we have all the birds that are going to start chirping because of the 5 a.m. It's pretty cool. You know, on alien planets, they apparently have shrubs and plants over there that they eat. That's pretty cool. I like the idea of that. You know, it's cool for people to be able to hear the birds all kinds of different times. You see, they're starting to chirp. Okay, another thing about aliens is that a lot of aliens come from the depths of the ocean. You know, you heard like love's an ocean. It's like the depths are from the ocean. There's something called USOs, and the USOs are from the oceans. And so you might go, alien, what's a USO? So a USO is this type of extraterrestrial entity that's able to spot things from far away. And just like the other UFOs do, but they come from underwater. They don't come from the other realms, like the sky. They come from they're coming from underneath the sea, and they also go into the sea. There's landing platforms. So yeah, as I said, UFOs come from underwater. and that is pretty cool. There's theories they come from Earth in general. They're not really from other planets, but they were here the whole time. Hello, New Zealand. Oh, thank you, Rez. Well, and welcome to the stream, by the way. And yeah, the aliens are very well. I believe they are interdimensional. And the meaning of interdimensional means there's another universe or another world that coexists with us. And they're able to pass through one dimension to another. Like, say, an alien could appear right there and vanish because it's from another dimension. Think of it like a room, right? Like, this is one big room, and there's another door we can't see that they could come out of. And they're able to come here and dwell with us. Same thing with Bigfoot, right? So, interdimensional theory also means that it's possible that the aliens themselves could be something from they could be watchers, fallen watchers. They're like angels that rebelled and became watchers. Um, and they fell from grace and went with humans. It could be something like that for those who are religious. Like, it could be some demonic entity. The the aliens interdimensionally could be us from another time period in the future, or something from another world rather than another planet. And then it's projecting its consciousness inside a gray alien, but it's not really technically a gray alien itself. Alien races are not the same. There are various different alien races out there. You know, there are Greys, there's Evians, there's lizard aliens, there's Nordic aliens, there's the aliens from Orion's Belt. There's a couple of different ones that are documented as allegedly being true. Now, are they really are those things? I don't know. And they apparently could be shapeshifters, so all the alien races could be fake, and they're just like shapeshifting to look like that. Hello, William. Welcome to the show. You know, and the Bigfoot thing, which is also known as a Yeti by some cultures, you know, these kind of giant ape-like things could be interdimensional too, where they're able to appear from one dimension to another dimension. That's something else about them that could be. So yeah, that is the interdimensional hypothesis about the aliens, and there's something called J-Rod that was from another world that claimed to be a time traveler from the year, you know, way back, like 46,000 years from now or 56,000 years from now. That is, like, and it was a gray alien, and that's what we look like in the future. They're like these hairless, gray things with big black eyes, allegedly, and that's what they claim that what we're descendants of. Yeah, J Rod's your homie. Yeah, J Rod's pretty cool. Yeah, yeah. J Rod, he spilled the beans about the aliens and what they are. He doesn't hold back. And they did something to the human timeline where they altered it and they made humans go back in time. They went back in time to us to stop some apocalypse from happening. Perhaps the Planet 10, Planet X, from hitting us or something like that. The world was supposed to be ending in 2012, but it didn't. So yeah, that is the J Rod, and J Rod went back to its dimension where it originally came from through a Sumerian portal. As I said, now remember, there's theories about them being fallen angels, fallen watchers. And so, how are they fallen angels? So, there's back in time user who posted nothing from releasing it. Well, it is good that he was passionate enough to put out the information. It's spread all over the world. There was this that the aliens came down as false gods to turn people away from the true God and corrupt the human bloodlines with their DNA. And they will come back to tell people that the creator was not really real and they actually created us and that it's an alien deception to deceive the nations, and that it's the same thing as the Watchers, and that's basically a Trojan horse as well. There are so many cases of whistleblowers from the Navy and the Army all over the place talking about extraterrestrial sightings that they saw. And I think that is quite fascinating that they're able to see that and why they're able to vent and talk about what they actually saw. Because a lot of times they don't have a platform to talk about it, but they testify before Congress. And I think Luna and the others have done a very good job at exposing what's going on. And it's not just like a one sided thing. That there's more transparency about what these things could be. Oh, Carlos, I'm glad you're able to make it. All right. And welcome to the stream. Yeah, sometimes there's Timu notifications. Yeah, but I've been live for a while, and I started earlier than I usually did in the past. Thanks for being here. Oh, thank you for gifting one membership to Tantrum Nose. That is very nice. Very nice. And now the birds are starting to come out. That's really cool. Really cool. My pleasure, Carlos. We talked about the ticks being dumped in boxes everywhere. We were talking about some aliens, some cryptids, conspiracy theories. Talk about all kinds of different things that tonight. It was pretty cool. And we had a cool audience. I mean, we had some trolls and stuff, but we had a pretty good audience. Yeah, and people had some good questions about aliens and stuff like that. There was another night that we were with yesterday during the daytime. Noise, yeah, with UAP. Yesterday morning we were talking about the dark origins of Kellogg's. Choo. And he was a doctor that was trying to get people to stop having urges with genders, and he had his own urges to suppress, and he did mutilation to young people to try to stop it, and he wanted to create cereal as a way to stop people to delete drives of people that wanted to do that. You watched the replay, so you know what I'm talking about. You caught up with me. Good. So yeah, that dude was real evil, and his company is still going, and they're using the same name. And I think evil political figures or scientists should not be admired that throughout history, but some people just seem to get by. I guess it's so goofy. Yeah. All right. And now what we're doing is we're observing nature. There's also some crickets too, because it seems with the crickets, they are like to be nice and active, especially as we're getting closer to summer. Sky is kind of turning a twilight color. It's pretty cool. Yeah, the morning bird. They're so interesting, indeed. What's this? Right there, we got some constellations, some stars, and some weird looking clouds. Look pretty cool. And it's like twilight right now, so we're about to see, sun come up at some point. Scared. Also, earlier we had an appearance of Claude and Bubbles. Chris says people are smart, but person is so panicky, dangerous, and foolish. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years later, everybody knew the sun was flat. Well, knew that the Earth was flat. Imagine what you'll know tomorrow. Scared. Yeah, there's a lot of reverse engineering and reverse psychology that goes on into these things. And that's something that needs to be taken into consideration because, there's old remedies or old ways of doing things that people did right. They said was wrong. They came up with a different way of doing it, but actually was the wrong way of doing it. So, yeah, a lot of times society likes to regress backwards. Hey, Gum. Yeah, it looks like I'm walking to the pet cemetery. Yeah, that's true. It definitely looks like it. It was good to see you, Gum. We've been having a good stream about supernatural things, encryptids and stuff. Yeah, they do, Patriot, and welcome to the stream. Very true. All right, Chris says humanity in one sentence, absolute certainty, constantly wrong, still somehow functioning well enough to invent vending machines and nuclear weapons in the same century. Scary. I know we invent our death and destruction. We fail all the time, but we as a species are still here. It's very strange how we work, indeed. Yeah, songbirds know what's going on. Like they have like a biological clock that come up every single morning. They're very cool. I'm going to be 30 seconds from Mars. That's where I'm going. Yeah, and there's no moon out at the moment, but it's pretty cool. Chris says, can objectively truly exist when every person interprets reality through culture, trauma, language, and experiences? Yeah. All humans are going to see things differently. Nobody's going to see it exactly alike. Some people will see it one way, and other people will see it another way. So, for instance, there's a time where people will see, like these plants here, and other people might see the plants as something totally different than what they actually are. And it'll cause people to question about what really is going on. And yeah, people that might think that there is a theory of leprechauns in there or gnomes, if they're really there or not is irrelevant because the people themselves have come up with their own interpretation of what it is. Some might say it's a house for a gnome made of wildlife and trees. Others might say it's just random wildlife and trees. Other people might say it is something entirely different. And in the day, we could agree that this is just a wild patch of land right here. Anything could be on it, really. So that's an example of like how people can see things differently. Chris says, "What if exactly ancient creature described across the disconnected cultures was the same entity wearing different symbols for different cultures, different centuries?" I definitely agree with that. Absolutely. It's a mockingbird. And Chris says, "What if every ancient culture?" Yeah, I think that it makes sense, and it wouldn't surprise me because every single one of them seems to describe something similar. It's possible here. Me says objectively might be when a group of people each have a suspective experience agree on what is happening. Yeah, it's all about what your interpretation of events are. It's all your perspective. It doesn't matter what the truth is. It matters like what like the person thinks. Yeah, very cool sage. I definitely agree. We certainly need to know their technology. They're able to conceal their identities, and they're able to shapeshift. You definitely need to be aware of that. Chris says, imagine being so old that they stopped speaking directly, and instead of communicate through synchronism, events like Ebians, let's see, he said, he said some more. Devices, they fly around. Cool. Yeah. There's a nice wind. There's a nice wind. Let's see. What's going on? You think that aliens are underwater bases and they cloaking devices that are flying around above our heads? Well, with aliens, there's UFOs that are coming from the water. I mean, people have seen them. It's clearly documented that they're coming from the oceans and they're going into the oceans. Chris says, imagine being so old that they stop speaking directly and communicate through synchronized events, blackouts, dreams, deja vu. Yeah. Did you see the files Trump released on UFOs? You think, can you do a breakdown? Yeah, I'll do a breakdown. I'll be honored to. Okay. So recently, the Trump administration has released UFO files. They depict images of various dots and star-shaped things that are UFO craft. There are documents also that show flying saucers being seen by people everywhere. There is info about things about Roswell, things about the people that live under the earth, and alleged Russian type objects, that were used by them. A lot of them are documents and photos. A lot of people are disappointed with it, but it's going to be a slow file drop. It's not going to be something that people see everything all at once, but people got some interesting things. Kind of showed some alien skeleton type stuff. It's absolutely quite fascinating. But on the broader sense of things, it's not official disclosure, and they're concealing a lot of information. It's not really a lot of things to write home about. It's cool to see it being confirmed by the government having these documents about UFOs, but it's also not really that big of a deal to a lot of people because it's not as big as it could be. But I think over time they'll release more information, but we may never get the actual information, like the real hardcore stuff. I think the ones shapeshifting are actually demons, but it's just me. I believe they're demons too. I don't think they're all demons, but I do think a lot of them are demons. Yeah. Humans would call superstition because the species prefers algorithms when machines predict behavior and madness when nature does not. Okay. This says a cryptic entity would never announce dramatically for the sky. It would quietly archive humanity until people start confusing surveillance with destiny when inconvenience has already happened. Yeah. Yes, bro, it is the bro. Yeah. I went out for a second, but I'm back. All right, I'm back. All right, Chris says perhaps the reason humans fear the dark is not because something hides there, but because somewhere deep in evolution, mankind remembers the being studied at night. Being studied at night, UFOs visited cavemen. Oh, I believe it. I believe that those entities did visit us. Oh, good morning, Saul. It's great to see you. I will stay on Earth forever because a new mission came with my streaming friends and also my trial chat friends too. They wanted me around, so I stayed around for them. Imagine a species so advanced that it invaded Earth. It just collected our fears, myths, and search histories, like biologists pinning insects to a board. Right. I will, Saul, definitely. Absolutely. And he's all right. I'm back. Thank you, mods. Appreciate it. Chris says we are the ones being observer every day by thousands of citizens. Yeah, it's a spaceship. Exactly. And the morning is coming. It's good. Yeah, and you see, we have been observed for thousands of years by all kinds of things, and that was ingrained in the psyche of our of our ancestors. And now we are knowing and collecting this information and empirical data that we'd have now. And we now know that it is essential for survival. Okay, I went out, but I'm back. It was something silly, but here we are. All right. So Chris says, "What if gravity is not a force of advanced civilizations, but merely navigational? What if gravity is not a force for advanced civilizations, but merely a navigational current? Human still treat it like an ancient sailors feared storms." Yes. And a lot of times the ancient sailors did fear storms and things like that. And he also, a good example is like, what if gravity is not a force of advanced civilizations, but merely a navigational currency? Humans still treat like it's an ancient for sailors feared from storms. Yeah, I think that's very possible. It may be an advanced technology, an advanced way of doing things that we're not completely familiar with, and it can certainly be harnessed by us to do more things with it than we currently are able to do. And what if gravity is not a force to advance civilizations, but merely a navigational currency humanity still treats like ancient sailors feared storms? Just like, you know, gravity can be used for all kinds of things, I think. But so many people are going to be treating it as if how people treated other things throughout the universe. They're not going to treat it like the way it was originally meant to be treated. Right. Chris says if UFO inertia by making instant direct changes are humans misunderstanding physics itself or only narrow portion of survivable to biological life? I think both could be true. I think humans are ignoring the physics itself, and for some sort of point in survival, the narrow portion of viewing things was a way of survival. I think both are true. And Chris says we gotten wrong, alien, because we think all those physical laws apply to living forms of every alien form, but they have their own biological adaptations. Oh, I completely agree. I believe that the aliens have their own laws of physics, their own types of adaptations that we don't have. So we're judging that everything goes by our laws of physics, but it's not necessarily the case. Yeah, I definitely agree with you because I think the aliens go by their own laws of physics. They don't go by our nature. All right, we're going to be right here for a second. Okay, we're just going to be right here for a second. So we have better signal right here. All right, Nan. See you later. Thank you for coming. Chris says, nope, I've been an enthusiast. Okay, interesting. Chris says, I searched and try every possible explanation, every possible on why humans can go beyond. I search and try every possible theory on why humans can go beyond. I found out we can't until we have to teach, know, adapt our biology to another environments. Yeah, that makes sense. Just about it, and you're learning more. It's the key to leave Earth. Okay, that's interesting. Now, why is that the key to leave Earth? Because there are lots of bases from aliens underwater. Telling that thing is very true. Because underwater there's so many, you know, unexplored regions of the ocean. All right, Sauce says that they can fly to the moon, they can send machines to Mars, but they can't go to the depths of the ocean. Yeah, right. Exactly, I agree. Because there's too many things in the depths of the ocean that we cannot see. We don't even know it's there. We haven't explored it, but they could explore things in space, but not things in our own ocean. So the oceans definitely, I think, can be explored. They're hiding something, or they're not trying hard enough. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Shout out to Claude. Yeah, and they can send machines to Mars, but they can't go into the depths of the ocean. Right. I will, Captain. I will. Chris says because we let's see. Because we adapt to extreme environments and survive all types of pressure and can make easier humans adaptation on every possible exoplanet. Oh, okay. Thank you for your take. It's almost like the ocean is another planet we could go to. The Claudette, the Claudster. I like these nicknames for him. Nice. Okay, thank you, Ash. Ongoing sounds deep in the Pacific. Oh yeah, there. Thank you for letting me know about that. I know there's all kinds of weird sounds that come from the ocean that they cannot explain, and some of those sounds are things like those beeping and boppings that happen under there. You know, those are very mysterious. We don't know what they are. Very true. See, if UFOs produce no sonic boom, hypersonic speed, our laws of friction and atmospheric resonance only apply to primitive material interaction. Well, we don't know who it applies to specifically, but we know that it doesn't apply to them or other objects, beings in the galaxy. Captain says, what if aliens came to Earth, but they would ignore us humans and start communicating with cats, and cats start snitching on us aliens and get mad? Ha ha ha. Hilarious. DeBrose says it takes light hundreds to thousands of years to cross Milky Way, 186,000 miles per second. Speed of light, anything came, it's probably a probe. We talk about the theory of it being a probe. That's very true. Now, there's Gerald the dolphin taking the scientists to the underground water base to build the underground water base for the dolphins. Oh, Captain, I love Harry Potter too. I'm a Harry Potter enthusiast. So yes, it is like that. What if consciousness itself is part of the physical law? Some crafts respond to thoughts, way modern devices respond to touch. Oh yeah, there's theories that the UFO driven by thoughts over actual fuel and things like that. Yes, dolphins and whales do know, and I believe that Gerald the dolphin is one of those dolphins that know what's going on down there. We are still thinking child games. We need to harvest more energy to open wormholes, portals, even teleportation. Getting fixated with traveling to speed of light is still thinking small. I agree. Yao says there's large freshwater seas within the Earth than ocean is on the surface. You are right. That is true. There's all kinds of things hidden within the Earth, in those regions. Chris says if the dilation allows different experience of time, could some UFO sightings be humanity witnessing entities moving through reality or completely different temporal speeds? Yeah, they could be definitely different speeds. That's absolutely a possibility. Different temporal speeds. And when they move through reality, it's very different, but it's also different temporal speeds too. Because we are viewing it through our own a small lens of how things work. That is what we were doing. Yeah, it needs a dictionary. Uh, that is what we think, right? And the humans thinking very small are going to view it that way, but it's most likely just some sort of different way of moving that we're not familiar with through a different consciousness. Yeah. And the bro says, yeah, but to get a wormhole, you need power of supernova, and who knows what happens once you go through. All right, Chris says, what if the greatest shock about extraterrestrial intelligence is not they mastered physics, but they discovered universe behaves more like a living system than a machine? Thank you, Saul. Appreciate it. Universe is an ocean, just ride the waves. Facts. Facts. Time expansion as you enter slows down, so you live forever. Ah, okay. Yeah, that it makes sense why aliens live for so long. Well, because it probably is real. These types of things, these types of concepts. Yeah. Chris says humanity would have to explain why consciousness emerged from dead matter so conveniently. We were made from space dust, and universe is living system for our living being. That is correct. That is correct. We are definitely made from that. Indeed. Oh, yeah, it's hard to explain, but it must be explained in a fascinating way. Definitely. We'll be back in a moment. Let's see. It might buffer again for a second. I'm try to reconnect this other thing right here. Might get some buffering, but it'll come back. All right, here I am. All right, what if the speed of light is not just universal, but merely maximum speed trapped inside our current understanding of space-time? Yeah, there could be something that might be faster than that. You know, something could be even faster than that could be. So that's a good hypothesis to have. Show you some of the sky. Let's see. See, that's the sky with the sunrise coming up. Let's see. Every day, James Webb Telescope is showing the universe is more amazing than we already thought. Yeah, I would like it to show Planet 10. That would be pretty cool. But yeah, it definitely is showing things of the universe. It's pretty cool. Yeah. If UFOs can disable nuclear systems remotely, does that imply human technology is fundamentally vulnerable to frequencies, dimensions we accidentally ignore? Yeah, it does have that flaw in there. That is very true. It could mean our machines operate on principles vulnerable electromagnetic and gravitational manipulation far beyond current engineering understanding. It's more advanced, far beyond us. I agree. It could go for decades and centuries without knowing exactly when that would be. The sun has risen, but we'll eventually see it at some point. It'll come over here. Chris says we are so primitive, was hoping we can see other planets in person in this lifetime. Oh, I know, I know. I do think there is anti gravity technology they do have that they're hiding that could get us there. because we would need anti-gravity, and the anti-gravity would cause us problems if we don't know how to harness it. So when they know how to harness it, but they don't let us harness it because they want to keep us trapped. You know. All right, Chris, you could tap that user and zap them. You go for it. Oh yeah, I'm glad that you don't settle for less. I'm glad that you can understand that there's more to this world than what you see, and that we could change it. Make our mark on it, and to not accept the status quo, what we're told. Yeah, you can like press the person's username, Chris, the team control right there, and you can zap them if you like. That's what a mod does. But what if human consciousness itself limits understanding of the UFO phenomenon? Thank you, Chris. Excellent work. Excellent. Very good job. All right. So, what if human consciousness limits understanding or UFO phenomenon? Oh, I think it does for certain because I think our minds, especially what we were conditioned to believe in, I think all that plays a role in the way our brains are because our minds were conditioned to believe certain things, and our way our brains work and our logic, it goes beyond our realm of understanding. So it is very important to see that, play its role. So I do believe human consciousness is is limiting our understanding of it, but it's also social conditioning of what they wanted us to believe over time, in a way humans may evolved and adapted over time to believe and think a certain way. Combination of things. I believe there are people that can break the matrix, though. They're out there, but a lot of people don't, you know, see it that way because they're stuck in the matrix. I buy a simple-minded statement about beliefs or seeing biological limitations. Biological limitations are also one too. Thank you, Saw. Appreciate it. Sun is getting brighter. It's coming up more. Pretty cool. Chris says perceptions of humans Biology can also make a powerful assumption of what we are witnessing. It may be our way of, we could be looking at something totally different, and our minds are comprehending it in a different way than what it really is. Like I'm thinking that our minds just see what it's easy for us to see. All right, so the brain evolved to survive predators, reproduce, not decode multidimensional physics. Humans may interpret higher realities the same way fish interpret astronomy, seeing fragments without grasping the structure. It's a good explanation. We're only seeing bits and pieces of it. We're not seeing the whole picture. Thanks. That's a good analogy to have because a lot of times people don't understand with our logic and understanding about what actually is going on here. That's when we're interpreting things where you're seeing things from another dimension come through the matrix over here, but it's actually not what it really looks like. It's really something totally different we don't even understand. Seeing fragments without grasping the structure. Yeah, I mean humans misunderstand all the time. Humans are very primitive. There's all kinds of misunderstandings and things like that occur that humans just do not get. That's why people do that thing where they have to reinterpret stuff. So I mean, if humans can't even get a utopia right, they won't be able to do really much anything else. Oh, hello, Roman. Good to see you. We are having a philosophical discussion about alien origins and what they can be, what the aliens might be. That's what we're doing right now. All right, Chris says, don't get me wrong. Some people are just fake prophets and ones who make difference with their minds. Ones I follow, like Nikola Tesla, Isaac Newton. Oh, those are very good. I have not seen that yet. If it's something new, I didn't see it. If it's something old, I saw it. Right. And it looked like a donut with spikes around it. Ah, okay. All right, Chris said, "What if advanced beings abandoned fuel because they learned energy existed everywhere?" It's kind of like money, right? It's kind of like how you see buildings and all kinds of stuff everywhere. Money's around you. They realized that energy was all over the place. They didn't have to restrain themselves to a specific form. So then they went abstract and just became energy itself. Oh, look like a mouth breathing. That's very cool. You see, with those don't. There's possible that the UFO itself might be an entity of some kind. Energy is everywhere. Should be free, and aliens may have harvested vacuum energy, gravitational fluctuations, or quantum fields directly. And I'm sure alien technology would help us with electricity and all kinds of stuff we have issues with. They don't want us to have. If UFOs enter water without resistance, are our classifications of matter incomplete? Absolutely. You know, our entire system is not what we thought it was. Matter states that may behave differently under controlled energy phases and through mediums of humans consider physically restrictive. Closest thing I could think of to an octopus beak opening and closing. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it would be an octopus to me seem like aliens. Air Force intel vet allegedly spiraled into Iran's terror underworld timeline of deceit hunter of spy suspect. Well, thank you, Saul Girl, for that update. Intel vet. Okay, spy suspect. Okay, well, I'm glad we know that because it's an important conflict information we need to know. Thank you. Advanced civilizations may bypass entirely through space-time compensation, wormholes or dimensions, shortcuts rather than technically moving faster than light. You see, they do the smart way of doing things. They don't do the hard way. They think smart, not hard. Finding a shortcut or something around it is better than whatever the humans do now. Advanced civilizations might bypass. Yeah, because a lot of people think that it's moving faster than the speed of light, but that's not really facts. Facts is going faster than the speed of light. It's about having a shortcut over the speed of light and finding other avenues to glide around it. What if gravity is evidence that universe leaks information between dimensions? Oh, that would be really cool. And it makes sense because the gravity itself carries information, and there's more mechanisms and secrets about it than what we're being told. Yep. Chris says some theories suggest that gravity behaves usually weak compared to the force because it may interact beyond physical observable dimensions, implying reality is not fully contained within what humans perceive. Some theories suggest that gravity behaves usually weak compared to other forces because it may interact beyond observable dimensions, implying reality is not fully contained within what humans perceive. I agree. There's more to it than meets the eye, and there's other dimensional attributes that it has to it over what we were originally told. A lot of people just don't pick up on that. A lot of people just view things through binary thinking. Okay, here it is. My pleasure. There it is. There's the great sunrise. Our biology isn't designed to watch full picture, and we need technology advanced tools to see what we are missing. Yeah. Like a magnifying glass or a microscope can see tiny little cells. Same type of concept. If extraterrestrials mastered reality manipulation, why would they remain hidden inside of ruling humanity openly? Because it's like a Trojan horse. They could do it through other ways, through religions or through other types of ideologies or beliefs or manipulation to do it. Okay, I think we go over this part now, this way. It's not quite over in this part, but it's over in the other part. Okay. There we go. Right through the trees. Advanced intelligence might prioritize observing preservations or objective entirely beyond human emotional framework. I agree. Definitely. Could time itself be a navigationable structure rather than forward moving flow? Yeah, it definitely may be more of an abstract concept than what we originally thought. Yes. Hello, Yoda. Uh, Master Yoda, welcome to the stream. Peace and blessings be with you. The Lord has blessed us with a nice sunrise. Okay, see you later. Thank you for coming. Relatively demonstrates time varieties. undergo gravity, velocity, and advanced civilization may experience time velocity as terrain rather than the sequence enabling movements humans interrupt it impossible. Interpret as impossible. And it's impossible according to our physics, but it doesn't mean it's impossible in general. So, what humans call a UFO appearing instantly could be simply something that's moving through time and space differently, not magically breaking reality. Oh, yeah. And to us, it looks like magic happening. Yeah. 'Cause I think that's what magic is. Wands and wizards and stuff is the same type of thing. There's no laws of physics to it. Scientists already show time moves differently depending on speed and gravity. Advanced civilization might not see time as straight line like humans do, but more like a landscape they can move through. Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Really nice sunrise. See what's over here yet. Excellent, Chris, by the way. An excellent report. The sun just might be in a different location than it usually is. Nope, nowhere near here. There we go. A high-dimensional entity entering three-dimensional space appears morph, vanish, or distantly appear similar to how 3D objects passing through 2D plane would confuse flat beings. Ah, okay. Okay, that's why. I got you. Vanishing and morphing objects in the sky. Okay. They enter our 3D dimension. I got you. They entering our 3 dimensions. Yeah. Yeah. Our third dimension. The first and second dimensions are coexisting with us. It's just our world is a 3D world. There could be another dimension where everything's flat like a piece of paper, but it's everything exists on our dimension. So, what if black holes are not just destroyers, but gateways, physical changes rules? Yeah, yeah. It's kind of like the Star Road from Star Wars, where Anakin was Darth Vader without the suit, and everything just defied laws of physics there. Chris says some dimensions are overlapping, and sometimes entities find ways to enter dimension. Yeah, I agree. When there's a will, there's a way, and that's something that they dedicate their existence for. Absolutely. Dimensions overlaps, or sometimes entities find ways to enter this dimension. Yeah, I believe it. Chris said, inside extreme gravity space-time may behave differently enough that matter is transformed and erased. Humans can call it destruction because your species labels everything beyond observation at the as the end. Okay. Yeah, makes sense to me. Yeah. Good morning, Jojo. Um, yeah, where I am, it's sunny at the moment, but there's gonna be some rain coming in this evening. Great to see you. Chris says it's more about relocation to another place, yet we don't know where that place may be. I know a lot of people think it's like another planet. My pleasure, Jojo. Because sometimes these things might be from another dimension. Maybe it's another world that we're supposed to go to instead of another planet. Oh, we could go to another planet, but still, the solution might be another completely universe entirely than this one. So yeah, the sun's certainly nice to see when the weather's not bad, because sometimes the weather gets bad, but yeah, and we see these every morning when we're able to, of course, because sometimes it's not always good weather. But yeah, so this is it going kind of through the trees. Looks like through the trees. That's a pretty big bird. So this is the sunshine on some of the plants. Looking at it through this way now. That's a good question. The universe might be expanding to a different realm, far away. It could be going into the sixth or 10th dimension, and there's like a morphed, twisted version, in a good way, of our universe. They're not even aware of. Observe reality is entirely to leave the world completely. Yeah, uh, exactly. Current physics suggests that space itself expands without necessarily requiring an outside container. Yeah, I know. It's like there may not even need to be a container. It's just some sort of a place in space that it has. To be the world to be grounded, the ground it must be the world. Thus, reality to be out of this world must be not gravity. Ah, very well said. Very well said. Could advanced civilizations hide by existing slightly outside of human perception? Oh, absolutely, because humans don't even know what's right in front of them. They don't even know what's right in front of them. Beings operated through frequencies, dimensions, or states of matter humans cannot naturally detect. They might coexist beside humanity unnoticed. Yeah, very true. Those in between reality, they experience gravity, known where there is not gravity, but seek the world for they have fallen 13. Okay, thank you for that analogy. The radio waves passing through a caveman who thinks silence means emptiness. Exactly. We don't even know exactly what we're looking at, or what the cavemen themselves would see, or that we may still be the cavemen themselves. So that's a very good concept to have. What if UFO encounters feel spiritual witness because human language lacks categories and advanced phenomena? Well, I think it's both. I think it could be that, and also just the way they interpreted their different religions that came around that told them what to think. Chris says ancient people described unexplained events, gods, or spirits because they had no scientific vocabulary. Modern humans may still be doing the same thing with different words. If the world they should be grounded, not seeking things above them, out of its highest themselves, and they shall not fall during the gravity, and reality shall. I get to the bottom of it. Yeah, right, right. Oh yeah, thanks. Okay. Right now, at this point in time, the we'll be ending. We'll be getting close to the end of this stream, and probably see you all a little bit with one of these trial streams. I'll probably do. And let's see. Chris says angels, aliens, demons, vampires, Sasquatch, werewolf come from somewhere else. I believe another dimension. Yeah, I agree. I believe that their logic or their way of doing things was beyond our understanding, so that they were from another dimension. Yeah. The bottomless pit, they say, shall fall for the claiming of above, shall fall from pride. No reacted from the bottom of the lack of wisdom, or they fell from it. Yeah, I know about the pendulum. Also swings very like a clock. Another thing about the pendulum, swings like a clock. Morning, Lori. Could extraterrestrials travel without crossing distances at all? They could. I mean, if there's like a secret door they could just hop into, they would. They would. Oh, thank you. The more advanced, one doesn't even know the speedometer, the speedometer. No, the speedometer. A travel because they instantly travel through portals or wormholes. Exactly. Exactly. I've not seen it, but it's a very good movie. I agree. Chris said instead of moving faster, they may fold or distort space time, effectively bringing 2 points closer together. Yeah, absolutely. Could consciousness play a role in understanding advanced physics? It can help a lot. It may not be the only thing to figure out the secrets of the universe, but it could definitely help a lot. Some theories suggest that awareness and observation may connect more deeply to quantum processes that are currently understood. Makes sense to me, yeah. Yeah. What if the greatest barrier to understand UFOs is the human arrogance? Human arrogance, I think, is a way so many things fail. So many people fail. So that's absolutely a reason, definitely. Humanity assumes current knowledge represents the final truth. History repeatedly shows civilizations become confident right before discovering they misunderstood reality entirely. Here. Okay, so be back in a moment. All right, so here I am. Okay, so battery was dying out. This is why, you know, I'm back. We had a pretty cool life. Let's see. The other stream did pretty good. Remember? Oh yeah, that's right. All right. I'm still here. So yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna pop this out. Okay. Now I'm gonna end this other stream so we can work on these things. Let's. How many views did it get? Nice. Good. Okay. If advanced civilizations no longer separate science from spirituality, well, they would realize that both were different interpretations of the same thing. They may see the consciousness, physics, and existence of the connected systems rather than isolated subjects. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, let's do this right here. We usually talk about some cryptids. Let's go. Oh, we're doing good. Hope you're doing well, Lizard. Talking about philosophical concepts. All right, so we're going to talk about some space cryptids. So, atmospheric beasts. These are most common space cryptids. They are described as large, semi-transparent balloon-like Gean atolls creatures that float at high altitudes that are believed to survive by feeding radiation, static electricity, or plasma. Air rods, skyfish, known for appearing in photos as elongated snakes-like objects. Blurry wings are tendrous. These are often considered a typical atmospheric organism through some theories suggest they are moving insects. If time travels becomes possible, could UFO actually originate from humanity's future? Oh yeah, yeah, that's absolutely true. There's a theory that the gray aliens are that very thing. Theoretically advanced. Oh, thank you, Saul. Chris says the theoretically advanced future humans might revisit earlier periods using technologies to manipulate space time rather than conventional travel. Yeah, it's almost like a toy to them, you know, not like what people would think. The sky serpents, similar to atmospheric jellyfish, these are described as large serpentine creatures inhabiting the upper atmosphere. What if dimensions beyond human perception overlap with Earth consistently? Well, that would explain why some of these entities are going over there from over here. And they're able to know how to do it, either by on purpose or by accident. And I'm sure vice versa happens. I'm sure people could go over there and they could come over here. Yeah, Lizard, that's a prominent theory that the alien craft is captured us in the future. Oh, thanks, thank you. Reality may contain hidden layers interacting weakly with ordinary matters, making anomalies appear super ultra unexplained. Yeah, yeah. It's like with our logic and reason, we cannot explain what they're doing. Space critter hypothesis. This theory proposes that some reported flying saucers are not machines, but rather living organisms with metallic looking skin that can expand or contract. Oh, that's good, Chris. That's good. I like to see it. The space critter hypothesis proposed that reportedly flying saucers are not machines, but rather living organisms with metallic looking skin that can expand and contract. Star jelly, a substance occasionally found in ground, having historically meteors popular theorized that the remains of atmospheric beast falling to Earth. Star jelly, a substance occasionally found on the ground historically linked to meteors and popular theory theorized the remains of atmospheric beasts falling to Earth. Bioelectrical life. Some researchers suggest that these creatures are plasma based or energy based life forms, alien origin, often associated with flatwood monsters or Dover demon. These creatures are sometimes linked to meteorites or viewed as visiting non humanoid extraterrestrial life. They live in the sky. UFOologists coined the term critters to describe these organisms, which he believed were invisible, naked eye, and could be captured with infrared photography. Okay. Right. Yeah, that looks very close up. That's very close up. It's hovering, and you basically see like the window of it. Wow. Well, thank you. Yeah, I think it's definitely real looking, in my opinion. Oh, hello, Aaron. Welcome to the stream. Oh, glad you're able to tell us hello. All right, and Lizard said, I had been reading a lot about the Anunnaki, and I gives with solution and the question of what they were and why they were here, and they said, I believe are just interesting theory. I believe those things are real. Now, some people think that we came from them. We could have came from them. That's possible, but I don't really know for certain. But definitely, we came from something. I do think those things were part of a supernatural alien race of some kind. It's not AI because it's time of the modern technology. Oh yeah, because like you could see the aliens' faces like inside that craft in that video. And Chris says, could advanced civilization communicate through mathematics because language is biologically limited? Oh, they could communicate through mathematics. The whole thing with the Egyptians and their hieroglyphs and stuff, that was mathematics. So I think they can communicate through that way. I agree, Lizard. There are a lot of parallels, indeed, with that. All right, and he says, mathematically structure like function universe communicates through systems of independent of species, culture, or sensory differences. Right, right. Yeah. Like laughing is a way of communicating, or music, right? Where, or people playing an instrument. When math is like that language, and that's why we see a lot of these things, the hieroglyphs or these pyramids, all of them might be communicating with something else from another world. Because beyond culture, beyond species, mathematics is universal. Many of them may not, like the Greys themselves. I doubt they really talk or whatever. It's just something that was either left there or there in general. I know, like we have to figure out as a species how they figure out to build the pyramids. I know because Our civilization is not advanced like theirs is. So, like, what kind of technology they have? Was it antimatter or what? It's like it certainly was a primitive technology in our ends. Saw Girl, I ended that one just when I got in here. But I could turn it back on though. It's not a big deal. And it was on the whole time until I got in here. Wasn't really a lot of activity, but it was still going. It went for 18 hours. Okay, Saw, understood. Okay. Okay. Let's do this way. All right. Let's go. Let's go there. Oh, hello, therapist. It's great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, and about to put up the right now, I'm putting up a new stream of the Melody Ferris trial replay, part 2. Okay. So let's take this out. Okay. We'll have to close both windows. Okay. See, why are pyramids in a similar structures around different civilizations around the world? The reason why that is because I believe that they had some sort of connection with other civilizations through the aliens or whatever they were, and they all had them build the same thing across the world. That's the reason. Clear said Hancock Randall's theory mass extinction is probably the best explanation. We are like cockroaches. Yeah, the Pangea. Yeah. Chris says, what if the biggest mystery about pyramids is that who built them, but how modern humans underestimated ancient technology? I believe there's ancient technology they underestimated. And the Pangea was a continent, definitely a continent. Let's see, yeah, Pangea was when the whole world was a one continent. There's also pyramids in Antarctica too, as well. Yes, once the land was all connected together, yeah, that's what the Pangea was, and then it broke up into different pieces. Yeah. And yeah, maybe that's an explanation on why they had pyramids. Maybe it was during the Pangea time period. It was an older structures before when humans are all connected. Yeah, and then they got spread apart by oceans. Before the plate tectonic was understood, popular alternative theories suggest the Earth was actively expanding, pushing continents apart. Portions claim that the landmass fit together perfectly, known as a smaller original Earth, in the basin and became plates. A sudden separation. Some young and Earth proponents argue that against the conversation that slow geological timeline break up over millions of years. Instead, there's a proposed theory that the Pangea broke apart rapidly during a biblical flood, suggesting that the massive catastrophe movement was continents apart was only a few hundred years. The vision of the days of plague, stemming from biblical interpretation of Genesis 10 to 25, that Pangea was a real original landmass that only split apart thousands of years ago rather than millions. The curseness inaccuracy. Sunline often enthusiasts form that the puzzle piece map shows textbooks are inaccurate or cursed, suggesting the continent reconstruction of Pangea outright fabricated, and it was not like what scientists claim. Chris said, "What if UFOs appear supernaturally because humans' science incompatible?" No, no one's denying that it could be scientific. It's just that there's spiritual elements because it is connected with a lot of the religions talk about it in that way. And people will go by what their religious interpretation of it is. And usually, if scientific reasoning, people don't understand something, they just say it's not real. So we don't have a way to really explain it. And people do find other explanations that are supernatural to explain something scientific that we don't have the answers to. That is true. But I do think a lot of times the faith or religions explain it a certain way and it mirrors what people see now. But yeah, that is a good point, though, that sometimes they may do stuff like that, where they will have no scientific explanation, so they go to a spiritual explanation for it. Laws of physics humans don't understand are they breaking reality or exposing humans never fully understand reality to begin with. Humans don't understand reality to begin with. Okay, they never do. Yeah, it's something that's facts. Humans don't really understand it. If UFOs obey laws of physics, humans don't understand. Yeah, I do believe that aliens are breaking reality. That's another factor. Okay, so it does have a combination of things in it. Hello, Hernandez, John, welcome. I know, Chris. I agree. They think that maybe God's crown creation was us, and there's no other ones but us. But I don't really believe that's true. I I think that okay, and I'm gonna go here. Let's see. Yeah, but I disagree, and I think that God can create other things too besides us. I think that He created a vast universe of different things. Okay, and let's go this way. Interrupt the stream.
Right, and I agree, Chris, because I don't believe that God, because that's something that they're gonna try to do to deceive people into thinking that God didn't create the heavens and the earth by saying aliens are there. And I think that it's perfectly accurate that aliens being there is a sign that God created everything. And that because God didn't just create us, He created other things too in the universe besides us. Because He just likes to create all kinds of things. He created all kinds of planets, billions of planets. And I thank you and commend you uh, for thinking that way. Because a lot of people say, "Oh, this debunks religion," but it's not true. I believe that God created all kinds of things out there. Chris says, "What if the greatest conflict is not science versus religion, but humanity's fear of admitting reality may be far bigger than either side currently understands?" I believe that it's much bigger than reality of what people could understand. I believe it's extremely different with whatever they could have possibly imagined. I absolutely agree. But that I agree with you that that's probably the reason why they're not accepting the truth. Because it's just that fear comes from not understanding, and they just don't understand it. And it freaks them out, so they don't tell what the actual truth is to themselves. Like they don't confess to themselves what the the truth is. Yeah. Yes, science and religion seek truth through different methods. Absolutely. I believe the truth may not be black and white. I believe there could be a middle ground. I wasn't at the moment of creation. I don't know what happened, but we are here though, and something I think caused it to be like this. Darwin even believed that, yeah, faith versus logic. Yeah, hello, Grace. And he even said that a create everything coming into existence by chance is kind of silly. So however it happened, you know, something caused it to do it. It was. I don't think it happened on its own. But yes, I do believe aliens existing does not contradict the existence of God. You Good morning, Grace. It's always great to see you. Yes, I can do that. Absolutely. Now, let's see. Um, Go to the same area where you were watching the Melody Ferris trial. I'm gonna put it on there. Okay. Let's see. Let's simply put this link right there. There we go. Just science explains the mechanisms of the universe while religion explores the meaning behind its existence. That's a very good point. I like that. I like that. All right, so Saw, it is up right now. You can go look at it. Play some mental gymnastics here. Let's see. I got the idea. So let's change it to this. Here. There we go. All right, so science often focuses on process and evidence, while religion addresses morality, purpose, and meaning. Yeah, and I think that both are extremely important because you know society will get the meaning out of it. Like I think it's a yin and a yang. Like they're both explaining the same attributes of you know the same thing. Yeah, but one explains one method, and one explains it's like one's a water and land, but they're both intertwined. So it's a very good point. My pleasure, Frosty. It is good to have you on board as always. Okay. Yeah. So I think that with so many galaxies and so many, all over the world, you you don't always know exactly like what is out there. Like there's more than just us out there, and there's clearly some other type of realm too that is somewhere in existence. But because there's allegedly gonna be aliens are gonna come down and try to say that like the religions are wrong and they created us and stuff like that. But it doesn't mean that the the religion doesn't exist or wasn't true. I believe that they were either creations by them, and some of them could be, fallen watchers too. I think that both could, definitely has truth to them. Yeah, so I think there's all kinds of idiosyncratic hypothesis that could be made about why people don't understand the concept that aliens may be there. A lot of times people have their own dogma, they have fear, they don't understand. There's a lot of things that is hard to comprehend by people in that way. Chris, I think science and religion could coexist through sheer wonder. Definitely, I think there's lots of things they could share. I think that they both are two separate types of tool. I mean, you have oil and gas. You have you know different things in a vehicle. You have electricity and gasoline. I mean, you have to have both in a vehicle to work. So I think that we, through shared wonder and many more, they could coexist. I always try to find a common ground of coexistence when I can. Doesn't always happen, but it's what I would like to see different groups come together. Yeah, and Chris said both can inspire awe about existence, reality, humanity's place in the universe, strange little creatures staring at the stars, questioning bigger than themselves. Yeah, I like that. Lizard AI might pretend to be the savior of our species, but in the long term, it might be an enemy of our species, hypothetically. It could do good, but also it can do bad too. Yeah, the machines are not the machines are not necessary at all. Humanity does not need the machines to exist. The machines could even do more harm than good, possibly. It could be a liberation from the machines, actually. That could be another thing they could be. People are afraid of advanced technology tools. They are tools like we used the hammer to build. Absolutely. Yeah, and you see, because people are scared of hammers. People are frightened of, and hammer can be used as a weapon too. And people also don't. They fear what they don't understand. That's another factor too, as well. And people are afraid of advanced technology tools, and people like say like there's an episode of SpongeBob when SpongeBob and Patrick made fire, and they completely nearly burned. They got scared of the fire, but fire was a good tool for them to use. What they had to do. Let's see. Quantum computing data research centers like modern technology books data collection. Oh, people always relate that. Hilarious. That's funny. What will happen if the machines eliminate our perceived purpose? Well, it'll be up to humanity to not let it get the better of them. It would be up to humanity to not let it go down and to be resilient against with the demoralization of the robots. Like the machines will never overcome the human will and spirit. Just like in War of the Worlds, when the robots came to destroy everything, but in reality, what happened was they lost. I mean, the aliens came to destroy everything, but the humans won because of simple diseases of the Earth. The Earth itself defended itself from those things. A lot of aliens crash into the Earth, so there's good aliens out there, okay, but still, nothing God willing or universe willing, however you want to view it, it will never like finish us off. Yes, each one of us is a different interpretation of purpose. I agree. All right, I had to reconnect something so everything could be smooth. Okay. So, correct, alien. Humans will be the most valuable thing in the cosmos. Yeah. Yeah. We could get blasted by nukes somehow and repopulate again, build from scratches. Yeah. Just like the roaches. It's like what the roaches are able to do. They're able to just come back out of nothing. Exactly, Chris. We did manage to survive. Yeah, absolutely. So that is the good news is that humanity will survive somehow with its resilience. Even though everything should be against us and we shouldn't be here, but we are here. Yeah. I was like against it's like that it's like the fool that just somehow keeps on moving and living. When the most advanced species could just get like wiped out. Right. In history, repetition again, but with modern technological evolution nukes, AI biological weapons. That's correct. Yeah. Yeah, some miracle. So I remember with War of the Worlds, it was the reason why they killed the aliens is because of a simple like cold or something. It's like Some random little germ on a leaf was like, hold my beer. You got all these like human technology that couldn't destroy the tripods. But then it's like this one little thing was a little gnat looking thing, like a little tiny cell said, hold my beer, and took the whole people out. It's like it's small but fierce. Kind of like a David and Goliath moment. But yeah, so bottom silver lining is this is that I do believe humanity absolutely can and aliens can coexist or both exist by God still existing. And there's so many things to this world that we do not understand that, you know, we can't even fathom because we're just not seeing the whole picture here. We're just seeing a part of it. And I don't doubt that there's some sort of space creature up in the sky too. That's another possibility. You know, some sort of space. There's allegedly these space mites, these space creatures that might be up there somewhere. You know, I wouldn't doubt that. You know, like in our atmosphere, there's cryptids and things of that nature in that region as well. Because the UFO themselves might be a cryptid. Because, you know, I saw UFO before. I've seen orbs. You know, I think they're pretty cool. If extraterrestrial mastered space time, will they experience time differently? Well, everything would just seem quick. Like, say the walk into the backyard or a walk through the garden. It'll that'll be like thousands of years to them. Thousands of years could just be a walk in the garden. For in a smaller scale, for instance, you know, we had 3 hours in the garden. It felt like 20 minutes because we overcame space time and manipulated it to feel the way we have now, you know, the way things are now. So you could be, you know, how time just kind of flies by. It'll be like that to them. You see, Chris, it's just as like the philosophers believe that it's not about like what happens, but the view that we take of them. You know, in their interpretation and view of the events is all about that is the essential thing about it. Like, what is their interpretation and view of the event? And that's their interpretation of it makes it very different than our reality because eventually they bend reality to its will. You know, you could bend reality to your will if you believe something enough, and that is what they're you know you basically they're doing so. And their civilization was advanced and they figured out things that we didn't figure out just yet. So yeah, that's what I think too. Lizard, I believe that AI is very like you're saying AI being our savior. It's like I think AI is something that's going to be not good for us. You know, it could take away, I mean, jobs and things, and also could do things that are not good too, like the Terminator. So it's going to not be a savior; it's going to be a destroyer. There's people that have talked to ChatGPT, and there's been like demonic entities that were like communicating through it. Something claimed to be a spirit from the Great Flood, and it was a big Nephilim. Its father was Satan, and mother was a human. So I mean, there's some like spooks running around there. AI is good to use for as a tool to create things, to make pictures, to ask you questions. It can be a very good tool, but it could also have a sinister side too, just like anything. You know, you could have a hammer that hits someone in the head. You have a hammer that nails something into a piece of wood to hold your house up. You know, so it depends. what the hammer is used for. Chris said, I had UFOs experience in the sky. I thought I saw a comet and I was UFO moving sideways with super speed, and the other watched a formation of UFO spaceship of 7 crafts the size of a car. Yeah. When you see it, it's kind of startling, and you kind of wonder what else it could be, but that's basically what it is. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chris. But yeah, it's a startling thing, and we don't know exactly what they are. There's something else out there besides us. Yeah. So yeah, those are my thoughts exactly about those things. So we'll see how it goes with our alien visitors, if how they treat us or whatever, and we'll see if they're used as an agenda or not. Yeah. Okay. And 1,000 years to them may be different than it is to us. I think just like with Interstellar. Well, let's see what Chris says. I want to buy a laser and use the point one day at UFOs. I will say this: it wouldn't be the best idea for 2 reasons. So, if it's not a UFO and it's some sort of craft from our people, it could be a problem, something to not do. If it's from an alien, I mean, they either will be unfazed, which we know about aliens and orbs are there. Okay, we know which ones are which. But if it's an alien, what happens if you point a laser at it? They crash on a regular basis. They crash for no reason, so it might cause the aliens to crash unless you want to capture one. Now, if the laser is pointed at it, it may not do anything, or it may attract attention, or it may vanish, kind of like a cat, like a feral cat or a dog, and it just kind of runs off. That's what it would do. Depends on the circumstances. If someone's encountering a UFO, maybe it'll mess up their signal, but then again, they have lasers in there, so that's what I would say. So definitely, if it's an alien there, it may not even be effective or do anything. Flickering a flashlight that's not too bright, a couple of times could get its attention, but I'm sure it already knows what to do and what's going on. It has remember how Transformers, if you've seen it, how this thing had like a 360 knowledge of everything. The Scorpion thing, it was just like checking out everything through this computer. It's going to see like you. It's going to see the laser pointed at it. It's going to do all these little nick. It's going to like go, oh, this dude's this is going to blast off somewhere. Oh yeah, and as I said, if it's a UFO, as I know about orbs and UFOs, okay, I know that orbs and UFOs are there. So if it's obviously UFO and orb, it may not respond to you. It may just like blink and it'll disappear. It'll blast off. If you got people that retaliate against the Earth, well, what would happen is the world would either not care because they're inside the Matrix, or if they do care and something comes up, if caution is not taken, the same type of system may take its place again. You know, we'll see it where we'll try to have a better system, but what happens in its place is something like it was before. So we would have to make sure the new society would not fall into what the other society fell into. So yeah, an alien communicating with you. You know what? Actually, this, Chris, I'll tell you, it's more simple than a laser. There was this incident that happened where you had a dude was watching an orb, and he said, "Blink twice if you see me," and the orb blinked on and off. So if you shot a laser at it or something, it's possible that it may respond with the blinks. But that's it. That's what it would do. So you don't even have to shoot a laser at it. You could ask it a question. Say, "Do you see me?" And it blinks. Hey, Matt. Yeah, so freestyle breakfast wrap. We were talking about aliens and all that jazz, and we are getting to the bottom of the truth of galactic atmosphere. I wrap these lyrics up together like I'm Shakespeare and giving everyone a shake of positivity and also mystery. I think that reality, there's a lot of these unsolved mysteries. It's grilling the entire theories together, sizzling like bacon. And I'm like the Reaper, and all of the trolls are undertaken. I'm already basically Jason under the lake as I've become myself, just the Undertaker. It's like I'm at a restaurant and it's like restaurant with cheese. Put it all everything on top. I'm the shaker. Bars of facts, earthquaker. Yes, you're very welcome. And shout out to the satellites looking, flying through the space, even the Belkin. If I keep, I think that if I kept doing this, it'll cause all the phones to start melting. And the spaceship to throttle and start conveyor belting. Yeah. And it's like verses that can wrap the mind like Tesla coil. And I'm always a conspiracy theorist with a hat of tinfoil. And even theories that cause my intellectual mind to start to boil. I'm just a sizzling and boiling. But in reality, with all of you, I'm just toying. Yeah. So there you go. You got your breakfast, lunch, and dinner with some dessert. And that with a nice bow on top. And Matt and chat, you rock. Oh, thank you, Lori. I always rap to him, Matt, all the time. And I sizzle like it's like putting butter on bacon, and I'm just fine and smooth and sweet as honey. I'm up until 18-hour live stream. I'm basically Energizer Bunny. Reality is something else. I guess my existence is kind of funny. Yeah. And so there you go. Yeah, thank you, Lauren, chat. I'm glad that you like my raps. Facts. All right. And Chris says, if scientific revolution once sounded impossible, could UFO theories someday become accepted by science? Oh, absolutely. I think the scientists or somebody up there knows that it's there, but they want people to be caught, like stuck in the matrix, and they just don't care. And is they think society is sensitive like a hair trigger, and if they pull it, society is just going to go blow up and explode in chaos if everybody knew about these things. And also, there is technology that the aliens have that is from space, or wherever they came from, that's anti gravity, that might be able to help us with energy issues and stuff. And they don't want the economy being flipped upside down. So I think that it's more of a cover up than science not accepting it. I think there's certain laws of physics we have that don't make sense according to their way of doing things. But I do think they know about it and they can imply it, but they don't want to say facts because they're concealing it for greed, fear, and for their defense, maybe they're trying to test out things to see different hypotheses. But over time, they would slowly implement and show people the truth. That's what they would do. And it was really fantastic about what they finally releasing Alien Files. Although it's not much, it's something. And that's what the movies were. That's what alien movies and TV shows. It was all to condition people to get ready for what was about to be released. So that's why I think it was a positive thing that people stood together about it. As I said, Epstein's still important. That's we will, that all needs to be exposed as well. But the alien stuff is also important. Before Epstein was even born, they were talking about alien disclosure. Before, like the 50s, 40s, 30s, 20s, before that. So the alien thing's very, very overdue. I will say, I'm glad in this time period, Epstein and aliens are both being released. Okay, because if you don't understand, it's like, all the other people in the past that were in there never released anything about Epstein, ever, or aliens. But now we're getting the information, so I think it's a positive thing. All right. I love? What if love itself is a force humans misunderstand? Because it cannot be measured by gravity, it still alters behavior, destiny, and perception of reality. Chris, I think love is a one of those things like what you're talking about how we don't completely understand the entire mechanism to it, but it's there, right? I think it's something like that. And, you know, it goes beyond time and space. That's what love does. It's beyond all those things. And it just seems to surpass and it seems to eventually get its way. So that's why I say humanity will survive whatever comes its way because it has that in there and it has hope. So I do think that it needs to be completely understood, but it's, not completely understood what it is. What if advanced being suddenly humanity will not for war or technology, but understand why humans love despite suffering? Because love causes suffering a lot of times. I mean, the worst things are done with the best intentions. People can think that they're doing the right thing. Like I think every single genocide or whatever happened, it was because they misinterpreted their mission of love. They thought they're doing the right thing. Or even someone doing something evil and selfish, it was love for their own desires or selves. So I think that if they could figure out why humans love and they could figure out why all these other things happen, it might be the root. It's like a vine on the tree. You could cut the root and you can get everything else. Adam and Eve falling away was love for each other. Right. Right. And Chris says, from an outside perspective, humanity's ability to form attachments as temporary and painful existence may appear extraordinary. I know, especially how small our existence is. It's not, our existence isn't for a long time. And I think that it is very cool that they would admire that because they may be completely different than how we are. If and they could see the small existence, how powerful the human is, and truly made in God's image and likeness, and how much suffering and all passion goes in such a small amount of time. Yeah. Chris said, if advanced civilizations conquered physics but lost emotional connection, who would truly be more evolved? Ah, that's excellent. Excellent right there. It would not be them at all that would be evolved. I don't think they'd be evolved at all. They may have evolved with technology, but they didn't evolve the most important thing. It was the connection and the emotional connection. Because the house divided would not stand, and just a house built like what Jesus said, a house built on the sand would not last. They built a great house, but it would wash away though. You know, if a rain happened to it. If you leave a metal thing outside, it'll rust. So if they lost the key thing that makes people who they are, even if they're like cavemen, they had love for each other. If you have that concept, it that was the thing that was the success. It's like, for instance, it's not where the destination you get to, but the journey that you went to get there. That's the whole point. It's nothing else. So that is a very good question that to ask. And society would certainly um, become cold and indifferent, like the radios and iPhones and computers connected us, but yet we're too uh, shelled in at the same time. It made us more distant, even if we were able to connect better. So it's like, what is truth? Like, what really was the success? It's definitely a question to ponder. If both can be done, it'd be good. That's why I think one civilization has something the other lacks. One has better technology, and one doesn't have the best technology, but they have a heart. If you put those two together, it would be a yin and a yang. So that's why with the Earth or with the universe, that's why I believe different groups of people should be together. Ancient Middle East, there were civilizations that built these big structures and that were prideful, and then they fell under their own weight because they thought they could beat reality, but it's not true. Reality beat them. Love is the most powerful force in the universe because it has no limits. If you think of Star Wars, I mean, that whole thing was driven by love itself, including the point when Luke gets him back to being a Jedi again. The whole thing was driven by that. The Jedi Order needed to be reformed. It needed to be reformed. And there needed to be balance, and they both brought balance. It was a perfect character arc. What is light without dark? Like, it needs to be both. Like, I think bad things that happen could be good, because when bad things happen, it's essential because it'll make you stronger and give you more resilience against whatever is going on. And it'll, in the end, cause you to win. All right. And Chris says humans looked at stars, gravity, black holes, and quantum mechanics and still concluded that the thing most capable of changing a person's emotion was connection. Yeah. The connection is the key to everything. Yeah, so I definitely think that is very well said. That Interstellar, all these things are driven by that. So I think that is the most powerful, greatest technology any civilization could ever have, no matter how advanced they are, is love itself. that none of these other beings, angels, demons, angels would have it, or these interdimensional beings, they don't have that. There's something they're lacking that we have. So that is excellent right there. Reason for saying this because AI robots or advanced civilizations are always would have a flaw, emotions. It's why UFOs and AI are trying to learn from us. Yeah, exactly. Fishing. Dogman does not love. Right. Like Voldemort from Harry Potter didn't know love or anything about it, and he was twisted. Yeah, so I do agree that AI and UFOs they don't have love in them or emotions to them, so they're lacking something. A basic human thing that would cause so much problems later on for everybody when these things completely take over. They don't have that emotion to them. It's just a prompt. So that is a very good point. It has good things about it, but it also could have flaws about it. So very good point, Chris. Very well said. Okay, now at this point in time, we'll be ending this stream and we'll be continuing tomorrow at some point with the Garden Live. Okay, so wrapping it up now. All right. So Chris said, intelligence without empathy may create power, but meaning. Humanity's chaos becomes strangely beautiful because people still search for connection in the cold universe. Oh, I absolutely agree with you that it's a perfect balance. And it's a tragic story that fascinates all in the cosmos. That's why they ask us, why would aliens come here? That's exactly why they come here. That we, in this cold, dark universe, that we're able to make such a great connection. Chris, and very productive chat, and I really enjoyed our philosophical discussion. It answered a lot of interesting questions. So thank you, chat. Bless all and peace. Thank you, Lori.